It's time for crafting and it's time to make stuff. It's time to get together and discuss stuff. We know that there is lots of stuff to do, and we're gonna do it till everything is all through. Kiki Apocalypse. Okay, I have no idea if that worked or not, but welcome to Kiki Apocalypse. I am Kiki. Welcome to my apocalypse. Yesterday had a complete. Let's turn this volume down a little bit. Let me know if my volume levels are funky because I have no idea. I'm just listening to music. Same music. So, yesterday, which was day 2 of THUF week. Yeah, I should put up the special bits and bobs that are especially for it, right? There we go. And let's go ahead and close this guy. Still seems there we go. And my hairpin. This is to pin the headphones with my hair. So I'll do that really quickly because whenever I'm drawing and looking down for hours, this inevitably slides forward. So yeah, things just get interesting. Or the headphones just completely fall off onto whatever I'm working on. So to avoid that, we're going to go ahead and keep that secure. Okay, now we're ready to go. I can't wait to go back and watch the replay in a couple hours and see if that actually worked this time. Cheers. Don't forget to hydrate today. Today and every day. All right, so yesterday, which was episode 2 of the Happy Undead Friends Week here on Kiki Apocalypse, we were working on the stockings that I'm working on, the huge amount of backstock that I have of, and wanted to... There we go. The about right here in the process, I think. My entire system crashed last night. So I just went ahead and finished it because by the time I got everything figured out, it was too late to start broadcasting again. So I just went ahead and did the meditative act of finishing the entire thing off. And so it is different colors, and then see if we can get this to focus in any way, shape, or form. That is floss that was braided together in generally the same colors with the multiple shades of purple and the black. So went ahead and finished that, hoping for the best today. I'm assuming that yesterday was because suddenly everyone in our entire neighborhood turned on like their internet at the same time, and it just was too much. I don't know. Tech. I'm done with tech for today. We are done with tech for today. All I'm gonna do is color. I'm just gonna color. And, well, actually, there's no actual color involved. I'm inking today. So what we are working on today. Yesterday was sewing, so today is coloring because I want to color every other day this week, because if I did it every other week, I would be insane by Saturday. So these are the books. That way, okay. So this is book 2, which apparently is the only one I actually have a copy of, like a hard copy of. There are 3 total that are published and available to like order or whatever. And then the 4th book, which is all about gardening, which is my focus to get that out there in some fashion or format. I'm thinking of maybe just doing it as a digital book by donation or something, because I'd really like to just get it out there, you know, because eventually you just gotta like stick a fork in projects. But okay, so this was book number 2, and it was all about how Ziegfeld chooses a pet. And there are 4, is that the one? Yeah, 4 books total that are out right now. Which, okay, find. So, first one over here, there we go. First one over here is Welcome Home Ziegfeld. And second one is the one you were just looking at, which is Ziegfeld Chooses a Pet. Third one here is What is a Family, where Ziegfeld learns about what are families and what they are for and how they are either natural or created and that sort of stuff. So he learns about family and gets a family for the first time with his new friends. And then the last one here is the latest one, which is How Does Your Garden Grow? And that is the one that's all about garden, which I am, yeah, putting out this year. But right now, let us switch around again. The focus for today is illustrating. Do that. There we go. Okay. So, book number 5, which I started ago and stopped working on however long ago, uh, I'm back to it now. I was inspired on my birthday to get back to, not New Year's revelations, whatever, just like, what do I want to get done this year? What do I want to finish this year? And I would really like to finish this book. Because I started it, yeah, however many years ago, and it is about, sorry, it is all about bullying, which was suggested by a friend of mine, her daughter, who was actually the first, like, fan of the book. Like, she posted a picture the first day of going to third grade or something, reading one of the books. It was just like, oh, it's amazing. So it was suggested because after she started school, she was dealing with some bullying stuff, and I've dealt with bullying stuff, and I think most people, if not everyone, has dealt with bullying stuff, either incoming, outgoing, or neutral party too. And all of those are positions and situations that you might need to discuss with a child about their behavior, whether it's learning to stand up for them or assert themselves or set boundaries, or whether it's learning to set boundaries by not punching someone else in the face. Whatever. Everybody has growing to do, which, is best to do in childhood. Thus, books about talking about it, because I think that is important. And, anyways, so the book is, pull it out so I can turn a little better. This one is, there's the cover, and he's going to be in this big shadow, and why were they mean? And then the This Book Belongs to page is, there we go, that's better, is hand done paper, because I always like to do a Book Belongs to page that looks hand done, so kids feel more comfortable drawing on it if it looks like it's already colored on, is the general idea. Then generally for the opening page, I like to do something super random. So here are the happy ended friends in space with their friend, the alien, just chilling in space. And here is actually an excellent example of what you do when you mess something up. You can see Velma here, who is our misfit vampire who is a vegetarian, so she owns a juice shop. Like, yeah, I went with just the cliches because it's fun that way. Anyways, so I messed up on her eyes because her eyes have a very specific shape to them, and if they get too thick, they look really weird really fast. So that is why she's wearing sunglasses, because sunglasses are the fix of last resort and always work, unless they're in a movie theater or something. But there's the song I Wear My Sunglasses at Night, so that pretty much justifies an excuse for anything at any time within reason. So here we find Ziegfeld walking down the street, and suddenly he's like, oh, what is this? And there are some people standing in front of him, and they are blocking the sidewalk. And at first he wants to say hello, but then he realizes they are not being as friendly as generally would be prefaced. And I think another reason I wanted to do the book, and the reason I did it this way, is because the idea of Silverville as a thing is the fact that it is where misfit monsters go. it's where, monsters that don't fit in with their own community and can't find another spot. Like, the joke is that Nessie tried, but she didn't think the lake was big enough, so she just went back because to yeah, like, but it's where like the Misfit monsters or the only of monsters go, in a very kid way. So we're not getting super logistical or semantics on Undead because there's technically only two characters that are in fact undead. The rest are either dead or immortal. So, anyways, all of that aside, I wanted to make it clear that in Silverville, like anybody who doesn't place can go there and we will accept you, but do not expect us to accept your shit. So first he's happy, and you could see Rocco is back here sort of poking around, but then he realizes something's wrong, and Rocco's just a little tail poking around the side. And then Bully, which is the guy's name, pokes him in the forehead and says, "You have red hair." And he says, "You're really short." And then we meet our cast of Ziegfeld's antagonists for the episode, book, whatever. And it's Snark, Lou, and Bully. And so Bully is a Minotaur. Oh, I got that the first time. I was having a hard time with. Well, I'm not going to try to think of what I was having a hard time with because then I'll only be able to say that. So he's that. I'm not even going to say it again. I said it right. It's on record. So there we go. And he is the main bully. Because, yeah, I went for it. And then Snark is. I tried to integrate regional monsters at time, or different monsters from different religion, or gods from different religion, or just any creature that is outside of the normative world, for an asterisk on that might help a lot of people understand: non-muggles. There you go, you're welcome. So and then Lou was nicknamed Lucky because he's an unlucky leprechaun who could never find gold, always lost his gold, whatever. So he's not there anymore. And so they're all. Oh, and then I try to go into other cultural references for gods and monsters and everything. There is I think it's Greek, but I'm probably wrong because I tend to be sometimes at moments. A half scorpion, half dog-ish creature, and I just went to the extreme of it being a dog scorpion, and then what would it be taunted for? The fact that its front end is a pug. Because whereas pugs are delightful and cute, the monster is supposed to be like this badass monster, and most of the pictures of it have like wolf head and that sort of thing. So trying to make simplified reasons that kids might be able to identify with if they're on that side of the conversation, that you have to have, that they are bullying somebody, that they are having issues in that area, and a way to just like head it off at the pass. It's like, yeah, people have shit, and then you get to decide how you behave towards the rest of the world. And so yeah, they're standing over him. He's just like, I don't know what's going on right now. And they just push past him. And here we see Velma in the corner, and she comes over, and Zeke feels very sad, and Rocco comes out to commiserate. Or he probably just squished him, so he probably doesn't feel good either. So they have their moment, and then have him on the ground, just very stunned. Get that glare. I don't want to pull every individual sheet out of the protector, so we're just gonna have to deal with glare at this point. So we have Ziegfeld there on the ground, and she comes off and she's like, "What are you doing on the ground?" He's like, "I'm not actually sure." So she's like, "Okay, let's go have some juice and talk about it," because that's what friends do. And so the troops are rallied to talk about what just happened. And you can see everyone is concerned and there to help. And I believe we have now. Have we now? Nope, not yet. I'll hold that statement for a couple more pages. And so, yeah, they're talking about it. This is all scripted. There's a couple, words or a sentence per frame. And that's what all the writing stuff on the front is what's going to eventually go on the pages once they're scanned in and colorized in the computer. And then the text is added as well. And so I believe, have we yet? Nope, still have it. So we've gotten to order now. I feel like I put something out of order. Anyways, they're talking about it, and he's not sure. Like, well, I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes him think of when he tried to make friends in the life when he lived in the desert previous to the first book, and whenever he would try to make friends, they'd chase him away. He's like, oh, so even in a place like this, there are people who are still like that. But, and then that opens the conversation to, but if they're not everybody, then you have, you have the right to say no. Unfortunately, in that other situation, they would have killed you. Or undeaded, whatever. So now we have gotten to, yes, we are to the last 3 pages, and these are the 3 pages that I inked on Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna go with Sunday because that sounds about right. So they are sitting talking around. He's like, well, he's like, oh, tell me about your stories. Or has anybody here had any experience with it? And then that's the conversation they're having now, where the next section of the book is when each of the individual characters go through a brief description of an experience they had within the, contextual storyline of bullying. And I tried to get ones that are fairly universal, so that there would be reference points for kids to understand. Like I have the frenemy scenario. Let's see if I can get, yeah. We have the frenemy scenario with Brandy the Banshee, Holly the Harpy, and the main one is Maddie, who is, of course, a Medusa. And she's not like the Medusa, she's just like one of the Medusa's sisters. But everybody assumes she's one of the Medusas, like the last name. And she's like, I'm not her, I'm her sister. So everyone just has like a really basic, again, just a basic storyline as to why they are bullies. And whether they come out in this story, I don't know. But in particular, one of the characters, I believe Brandy. Try to get her in her fame here. There we go. Brandy the Banshee, who can't sing, and Holly the Harpy that can't sing. So they're the two like secondary minions. Like they're the backup band. They can't sing, and then of course the 3 main characters. And then in Warren's stories, it turns out that he is the bully of his story. So that is what we have worked out, and we are at that page, and I'm not sure what page it is, which is why I need to look at the storyboard, because for the last episode I actually had, or the last 2 episodes, because I did 3 pages on Sunday, and then I think I did 3 pages on Wednesday or Thursday of last week. So I've done 6 additional pages in the last week, and all of those were penciled. And so we're back to the point of actually penciling in pages and figuring out exact layouts. Because what I have right now, which I am going to take out of the protector because I don't think it will show up at all, because I generally do storyboards in light pencil so that if I need to make changes, or I can just go over it with a pen if I need to make a change, if I'm doing something like final. Because sometimes I'll have to sort of rework sections. If something ends up being 7 pages and I only want it 3 pages, quite often I'll take full page images, and I always get kind of a, tum, 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 where you put it down into a paneled page. And so for the most part, I storyboard out in panels, and then in the, unless there's a specific layout that needs to happen in order for the paneling to work, usually it's done as full size panels. But for oh no, actually, never mind. Like I said, this is me looking at it for the first time in 2 years, which I thought I was going to be doing this part of it, going back through the storyboard and translating it originally on the Wednesday or Thursday or whatever, because of the fact that I found 6 pre-penciled pages. I haven't actually looked at this at all, and so I do not need to pull out page by page because we are further into it than anticipated. So I'm going to figure out where in the storyboard we are, and then at that point I can figure out what 3 pages I am going to be doing for today. Because the goal, like it says, yeah, there, in the middle top of the page where it says 03, that's our goal for the day. The goal is to finish pencil and inking 3 pages that, after they're left to sit and dry for a couple days, I erase the pencil marks, and then they'll be scanned in, colored, and the text will be added. And then all of those pages will go into a PDF that will then either be sent off to, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's finish the book first. So, okay, let us look at, okay, this looks like about where we are. So I'm just going to pull out this page and see if I can get any sort of a image on it for y'all. Because if I can't, for the next drawing day, I will scan these pages into the computer, and then I can share the image, and so you can actually see it. But maybe we'll be able to get some. I don't know. You can kind of tell. Totally blown out on that one. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and compare this page to, oh, I don't know if you can see that. Why is this one not focusing like at all? How is that not focusing at all? Well, anywho, on this page, it says here. So I actually marked where I was in the story. So, wow. The fact that somehow I was organized was pre-production for a show that I did not know that I was going to be making 2 to 3 years ago. There you go. That's why a production binder is handy no matter what you're working on. Okay, so we are right here. Okay. Yep, that is the, I can see down at the bottom here, which you can't see. I'm sorry. It's this frame here though. Is where they're sitting at the counter. So, let's see. I think we are on, yep, I even drew an arrow with a line that says, "You are here." Thank you, past me. You're welcome, future me. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, that was bad. Do not hit the mic with the page. Okay, moving this back slightly. So let us move ahead in the book to see. Here we are. Okay, so that seems in focus, but that doesn't seem in focus. I don't know. So we're right here. So the panel. Yeah. I will be scanning this for next time so you can see it a little better, or a lot better, or at all. So yeah, you can see this is the first panel that we're going to be drawing today. Just trust me, it's awesome. And then this is all the text that is numbered to go with the different panel that it sits on. You mean that his name is Bully? That is true, but I mean he is a bully. So those are the words, and then we will go on to the second page, which I'm just not gonna try, because maybe if I got my phone in on the action, I can have like an action cam. just for moments like this when I'm showing you a randomly dark piece of paper. Even though I have 3 lights pointing directly at where I'm working. But all it's creating is more shadows rather than more actual functional space. So now that we have the audio, it's time to play with the video. But I'm not going to do it right now because I don't feel like it. So let's get to drawing. Right? All right, so what we need today is, just for a little bit, we'll need this. Let's just go ahead and pencil out the 3, because if I lost this piece of paper somewhere in my stacks of pieces of paper, it would be very, very bad. So, take out the handy dandy, hold everything. And actually, what I'm going to try this time, just to make it a little easier for the camera to show what I'm doing, I'm going to try to just do it on a piece of cardstock directly on this surface, in order to keep from futzing with the camera so much, and hopefully make it a little more easy to follow what's going on. And plus, trying to keep it in one position like this means I'm shifting it around all the time anyways. So yep, let's just try something new, see how it works. So we need 3 pieces of cardstock for the 3 pages. What I was doing before was taking 3 pieces of printer paper and using either mounting squares at the corners so that they would all hold together, or taping the corners. But I have a bunch of white and off-white cardstock, and rather than using good printer paper, I'm going to use these like off colors that I don't think I'll ever use for anything else, because I don't know about if you can tell by my color palette, but generally speaking, it's fairly vivid. So this with black on it will scan perfectly, and then the original, you know, if I do something with it in the future, it'll be on gray paper, and people can just enjoy that. I don't know, whatever. So, okay, let's switch over to some drawing music, which somehow do that just to settle in. Then I'll move it back to something a little more boppy, because eventually I start falling asleep on the tray, which doesn't do any good, especially if I drool on the actual picture. So, pencil. Okay, so unfortunately, let's insert graphic here. Next time I'll scan it in because it doesn't do much good if you can't. Well, then again, honestly, you're looking at a box with boxes in it with circles and squiggles. So it might be interesting, but it doesn't really tell you anything beforehand. So, but yeah, so it's just a matter of first thing I have to decide is if I want a flesh frame or a framed, or if I want flesh frames or if I want full frames, which in my mind is, do I want a black outline or do I want it in set? And usually for the pages that have a lot of frames on them, I like to do them in set in black, just because they look nicer. Some of them, they stay open frame. It just sort of depends. This one I'm going to do a closed frame. So super basic. Start with a box around the outside, which, can you see? 1 second. Oh, that was the wrong button. Here, I'll just hold the light on it the whole time. How does that work? He says now. Um, Here, let's try this. I think that helps. I'm just gonna go with it helps. Let me know. You might just not be able to see any of the pencil work that I'm doing, which is well, I can't marker it in the first time, so I'll just blaze through the penciling, because since I actually formatted it as frames, this part's going to take no time at all, because a lot of what takes time is looking frame by frame and being like, okay, how many pages should this section of the story take up? But I already did that, so it is just a matter of fitting everything in such a way that I like the framing of it. We have a close-up on Ziegfeld's eyes as he's like, what? You mean his name is Bully? It, sorry, it just looks like boobs right now. But that is Ziegfeld's eyes, and then the way that I have it on it is, it's like basically this is a fifth of the page, so I did about a fifth of the page with the eyeballs, and then this is about half the page. Speaking of like spatially, not that it's half of the page, but it's about half of the page, but it's shifted down to about right there. And then this frame is whatever math is left. And so probably approximately a 3 to 2 parts ratio ish. I'll just finish every sentence in ish so you can't hold me to it. Oh, and as clarification for yesterday, I was talking about, I'm planning on doing the. Okay. Have to think for just a sec, because literally I'm looking at squiggles this big that I did 3. Yeah, 3 years ago. So, there's a lot of mental math I have to do. Like, one of the first things I do is I look for triangles, because if it's a triangle, it is gonna be Mr. Ziegfeld's head. Oh, doesn't he look like a handsome boy? He is such a handsome boy. So triangles help. I know that they're in the juice shop right now, so I'm looking at, in this tiny little square here, there's a quarter round, and then an S-shaped squiggle with a triangle headed or a triangle topped circle right there. So I'm going to say that is Gertie sitting next to Ziegfeld. But since she's not sitting next to Ziegfeld, I'm going to frame it as though she's like come behind Ziegfeld to like put her hands on his shoulder to be supportive. Um, because I can also, because I'm also reading what the text that I've written down for that frame is. So this, oh, haha, I'm glad I double checked because let's see, that is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, that's for that page. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wow, I did not anticipate this much mental math looking back at it. Although I'm happy I did it. So, tis what tis. Okay, so we're going with the quarter round, Ziegfeld's head, Ziegfield's. Oh, I'm trying. Well, no, I don't want to draw it darker because it should be like right there. Jiminy, and then it gets. Well, there's no way to hold it right there right now, so we're just gonna call it good right there, and yeah, blaze through. Okay, so he's gonna be looking about 3/4 on. Not happy smiling, sad smiling face. His hands are on the counter. And then Gertie's going to be behind him with like her hand on his shoulder. And then we're just gonna have and he has thinky face on. I don't know if you can see it, but he has thinky face on. And then the next one has a couple lines that are a half round this way and then a circle topped in a circle. And so I'm going to say that is a reverse angle back onto the bar facing Velma in full frame. We're going to go with that. And so we're going to do it POV Ziegfeld. So we're going to have him looking at his hands. Because what, let's see, what is the word on this one is 6. Yep, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Oh, okay. She's basically responding to, you know, you have friends, and then basically kind of the opposite of a friend is a bully. And Velma said, okay, so I can see where this is leading. I'm remembering this story as we go. That Velma is, her story is that she was in a friend group that she realized was bullying her, and then she set a boundary and they all abandoned her, and then she realized, you know, oh yeah, well, if I can't say don't be mean to me, then I don't know that we're actually friends. So that is where we are headed in this direction. So he's like, oh wow, there are different kinds of friends. Jeez, what in the world? And she responds back, and I'm gonna actually frame it so that we have kind of a follow through from the thing here. So I'm actually gonna change the angle slightly so it fits a little better with that frame, and then end it here. And then it's actually going to go whoop this way for her to be standing right here and commiserating with Ziegfeld. She's got her little muffin top ponytail, eyes, nose, and sad face. And then we'll put Ziegfeld's hands right here so we know it's Ziegfeld POV. All right, and then the final section is 3 panels, And so it is him looking worried, and then back to her having a thought bubble. Okay, so there we go. The panels are, first is a tight shot, and because of the way this is framed, it's supposed to be a tight shot on, it's penciled out as being a tight shot on Ziegfeld's face, but I'm actually going to do it a half frame of his face, so that, just so that the framing is a little different than what it is. Then it's like his eyes, and then just one of his eyes. And he is surprised and looking at her. And then it goes to her thought bubble. And rather than having these as two different frames, because it's supposed to have words inside of the thought bubble and then her in a separate frame outside of the thought bubble, I'm going to recombine those into one thing so that it's the thought bubble that actually separates it into two frames. So thought bubble, it's a big thought, so it's going to take up most of the frame. And then this is going to be the first appearance of the three friends, and I'm going to do them primarily as silhouettes in the classic Mean Girl slash Reservoir Dogs in a line walking down the middle of what appears to be like a school hallway with lockers, because that automatically puts everybody into the well, everybody with basic cinematic nerdery into understanding of, oh, okay, this is who these people are. And so, but we'll have all four of them, so we'll have a younger Velma, and of course she is going to be shorter than them and on the outside. And at this point she'll have her hair up in a messy bun, because that's usually what I do to date her to certain things. I give Franklin a like swoosh, because at this point he has like a very like styled haircut. Ziegfeld just is always the triangle, but with her, I usually give a messy bun to be like that she's younger. I don't know how that says that she's younger. It's just become the stylistic choice that has occurred and stuck, because that's how it works. So our three monsters, I'm going to pull them out for reference, because that's what the reference is for, to look at when I am drawing them. And so even though I'm not doing them in full detail, I do want to get the basics down. And I'm going to take them out of the binder as this amount of lighting causes a lot of reflection. So we're going to start with, yeah, we're going to start with Maddie here. And so you can say she is just basic form with square head, with that above it, and then the snake tail coming out the back. And so we're just going to do that as a silhouette, or an indication silhouette right here. And she's of course going to be the big bad, so we'll draw her just a little taller than everybody else. And then the indication of the cute short snake bob. Don't need features because there is not going to be any detail, so we just need to put in shoulders, elbows, hips down to tail, and then we'll have the tail indicated back there. Alright, so that is villain number one. Or should I say number one? Alright, and then the two background artists. Went flying. Have Brandy the banshee and Holly the harpy going from, I believe, Celtic tradition, and I think these showed up in the Odyssey or in the Iliad or both. So we're gonna go that genre with them, I believe. And yeah, I also did a Cyclops. Don't know when or if or how he is going to work into the whole thing. I just drew him and I find him adorable, so he'll pop up somewhere at some point because yeah, that's what character development is. It's like, okay, well, not for this book, but maybe for the one on, I don't know. I think I had 37 total, like, basic stories, like a list of like just basic storylines, and we are on number 5. So at this speed, it could be going for a while. All right, so we have her silhouette done. Next, we're doing their silhouettes. We're going to do Holly to the side here because her wings would totally obscure Velma altogether. She has the hair going up, the wings going out, and then just a basic tunic shape with the feet and then the claws. We'll give her some good sized claws there. And then Brandy, about this height, and her hands will be in a little more so she's not blocking. Because even in the sketch, I want Velma to be slightly apart but walking in the same line. Just, gotta reiterate the conflict, right? Make the conflict clear. And then she has curly hair. So that is it for that. I have to remember that these are lockers. So we'll do that. Just do abstract locker, basic school doors in the background. When I color this one in, most of it will be silhouetted, and then I'll blow it out so it looks like it's being lit from the lights at the very back. So just to get sort of an aesthetic. Again, I call the aesthetic bubblegum gothic because it's just it all comes out. The black line is in a somewhat gothic style. If you think of a gothic arch, there's lots of curves and points. Yeah, I'm just going that basic. And so then in the coloring process, let's see if we can get it to. I always add weird effects to Ziegfeld's eyes, and you can add texture and dimension and depth. And so within that, when I'm coloring the pictures, I have to keep lighting in mind because lighting will come in a completely different step. So the ladies in the row are going to be I'm just going to outline them so that when I do the coloration, they'll have a black outline, but then they'll actually be sort of textured with sort of a glow on the outside and a silhouette to the inside, just so that they have a little more depth, so they're not just like solid black against, because we don't want actual silhouettes. I don't want, vignettes, not vignettes, that's the darkening around the side. Silhouettes. Yeah, don't want actual, just sort of the indication of that. And then let's do checkered floors, because checkered floors always look nice in perspective. And then just a couple fluorescent lights on the top. Actually, just one. We should indicate one right there. And that would go along to there. Okay. Oh, and she needs the plant behind her and the stripes. Okay, and so one more Velma down in the corner. Like I said, instead of having a frame right here, I'm having the flashback sort of be the frame, so that will have a black outline, but then it'll show the stripes of the juice shop in the background. And so we just need a Velma head right here, and we'll do her half tilt thinky thing. And there's the hair, and she's actually, let's do her in a little bit of a One thing to keep in mind, which was one of the first things I learned in school, I went to a Cornish College of the Arts up in Seattle, and one of the first things in the drawing process that you learn, and in it actually was the first thing in the drafting class that I took first year as well, that every time you erase on paper, you are either matting down the fibers at here I'll do that here. You're either matting down the fibers or you're loosening fibers up. Either way, you're changing the texture in the area that you're erasing. So you always want to keep erasing to a minimum, and when you do it, take 3 to 4 times as long as you think you should and a tenth of the pressure. So I will apologize in advance when I take a ton of time to erase, but when you ink it, um, a lot of times, and I'm just switching over to this paper, so I do not know how the Pentel or the Precise will react with this paper. I'm hoping it'll be good. That's part of the reason that I use just cheap, basic uh, printer paper on most stuff, is for the fact that it holds ink in a way that it doesn't tend to bleed that much. And switching to this new stuff, I'm just like going on faith that it'll work. So to minimize that, because basically you're just wanting to work the whatever graphite, whatever, out of the paper rather than pressing down and working the paper itself. So, and also just stop when it's enough, because I'm going to be erasing the entire thing again after I finish doing the inking, and it's allowed to sit and cure for a while. And so it's all going to come off anyways. I just don't want to be confused by lines that I've done that aren't inked, because um, I'll actually share something with you that I did the other day, because I wasn't paying, perfect attention to what I was doing. And I'll leave a second to see if you can spot what the issue is, um, between the two here. Um, Beyond the floor line being incorrect, which is not what I'm talking about, I accidentally drew the floor line where the or drew the counter line where the floor line was supposed to be. So technically Warren here is leaning on the floor, which it actually has the checkerboard drawn onto it, because it's supposed to be the floor, but I didn't realize it till I was almost done. Like I was doing the finished lines, and I was just like, wait, why is this? So option one, redo it. Option two, remember the fact that I am drawing a 80-ish page, maybe hopefully less than that. Maybe I can get it down to 60 if I break down some of the panels further if I need to. But anyways, I don't know how many pages. It's a kid's book. Kids won't mind. I'm just gonna color it like it would be and just call it good. Not because I don't care, but because like I think anybody out there who's ever done any video editing knows that you never finish a product. You never finish a project. You can finish a Oh, hi. Hi, here. How are you doing? I am currently working on book 5 of my kids' book series, which is called The Happy Undead Friends. And here is the only one I actually have a hard copy of. This is book 2, which is about making good choices and choosing a pet. And right now I am working on the pen and ink drawings that will then be scanned into the computer and colorized, and then I add the text and everything. And so today the goal the goal of the day is to finish 3 panels. So I am finished with explaining the whole project, and I just finished penciling the first page. And I'm going to move on to the second page that I'm going to be doing today. Because once I get them all penciled, then I can just sit and ink them all, and it's a fairly straightforward process. I've been doing these books for about 10 years at this point, or doing these characters for about 10 years, so yeah, they've gotten pretty straightforward. How are you doing today? What are you working on? Have a stream going on today? I don't usually. What is today? Today's Tuesday. I don't usually stream on Tuesdays, but I'm doing THUF week, the Happy Undead Friends week, because I'm trying to jumpstart my own enthusiasm towards getting book 5 like out and done and out into the world. So I will be streaming every day this week at mostly at 2 and 7 or noon and 7. I don't know. I do not know. Playing any fun games lately? I saw you're doing the going medieval, but it looked like the last time you were doing a different. You do different. Like, do you play through full games, or do you like just test different games? Because I try playing through games, but I usually like play through for a while and then I'll come back to it and I'll try it again. Go figuring out how this Game Pass works on PC. Game Pass? What Game Pass? Okay, so the next one is this one is an open frame. There's no border on it, but this one is separated into 5. So I'm going to do it so that these panels are flush to the sides and just separated in the middle. So it's about in thirds, and then bottom 2 is cut into fourths. No, Microsoft. Uh, good luck. I just spent the last 4 days doing tech support, so any sort of tech stuff right now is like, ah. But does it let you play? But is it sort of like the Prime gaming, whatever? Is it one of those where it gives you like ability to play a bunch of different games and stream a bunch of different games? If I was going to stream a game at this point, I've tried to do ones like legit a couple times, but not sure if I have the technology on it at this point. But going medieval is picking up and building. Yeah, yeah, I think that's the one that I've watched on stream you play before, the going medieval, or the yeah, going medieval, where you like, yeah, you have to like go out into the woods and gather wood and get food and grow food and build your society up. I love those. Have you ever heard of, there's one that I played years ago. Yeah, that's right. There's one that I played years and years and years ago, but I only played it very briefly because I was staying with a friend and they got into playing it, and then I left it there, and then I like lost track of it, so I never played it again. But I think it was called Black and White or something like that. It was called, I believe it was called Black and White or something in that area. And it was basically like you build a society, but basically just, and you don't even decide whether you're going to be a nice god or whether you're going to be an asshole. You just like, you just play the game how you play the game, and then your like followers believe you're a good god or a bad god or whatever. And I didn't get past the like basic tutorial of like, this is how you do stuff. So I never really, I don't even think I ever got, I don't think I ever even got one follower, because I don't think I got far enough in the game to do enough like, I am your god, you know, here are extra crops or whatever, to like make them start sacrificing stuff to me or having celebrations or whatever. That was a fun one. That is one I would be interested in finding again someday. I do have a like super old copy of Riven, which is the second game to Mist, I think. Yeah, I always think I'm gonna do video games, and then I end up like drawing or sewing instead. or editing. I'll open up my computer and remember some editing project that I need to work on, which I do have hours and hours and hours of editing stuff I need to work on. So that, of course, will wait for another day or tonight because for now I am doing some pages and focusing on that and not just going over the same lines 500 times. Okay, so it's split into sections. So the first panel is just three ovals with four ovals with four circles over them. It's okay. Which one? The black and white. Yeah. Well, it's also the one I'm thinking of is from, geez, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. So yeah, probably compared to anything right now, it's like meh. Fair enough. I know. I tried to. What was it? I tried to sit down and play something recently that I played years ago, and it was just it was so limited and limiting that it just wasn't even worth it. So I think I played it for 5 minutes. And was like, nostalgia over. Although I would like to try playing like super duper old school original Oregon Trail, because that would be fun for 2 or 3 rounds and then probably done. Art instead of game. Art instead. Oh, okay. I like art. I know. I the funny thing is I'm never more productive at any one thing unless I'm putting off something else. So the best thing to get one thing done is to plan to do something else. I think it's just karmically understanding the law of mice and men and then just manipulating it. But yeah, if I want to do editing, then I'll plan another project that I know that I'm going to put off because then I'll end up editing. Because I love editing, but actually sitting down, like on certain projects, just sitting down and getting going on them is a little bit rough. A little bit rough. So I'm going to base this first frame up here is based on this last frame up here. So I'm going to use that to draw this frame with the four ladies in out of silhouette, and so you can actually see them. So we have the harpy on the side here with the wings and the tunic, and we'll just do like 3/4 up, so we're just a little closer in on them, but tight so that they're all sort of imposing characters, because they are supposed to be the bullies after all. Yeah, I started this kids book series back about 10 years ago when my, well, 11 and a half, 12 years ish now, because again, add 2 years to any date that I give. Um, and wanted to do a piece of artwork for their nursery. And the dad likes horror movies, mom does not. I like horror movies, but I also am down for compromise. So I did a painting of some just happy, friendly looking, cute monsters. And over time, it developed into the Happy Undead Friends that now have the book series about them. And they don't look exactly like they did back in the painting because the style has developed, but they look essentially the same. I should get it. I should have an image of the painting somewhere at some point, but I don't even think I have a picture of it. But I know it's still up in his room, and he's like 12 at this point, so I can go get a picture of it at some point along the way. Okay, so we have Brandy here, and then Velma's going to be kind of cut out of the frame here a little bit at the side, because again, we are indicating that she is, though part of the group, still an outsider. And then we will do a stronger degree of that foreshortening that was the dimension of the hallway, so it looks like basically like we've changed lens. So suddenly it's like they're big and imposing and filling the entire space. And do some lines so I don't forget these are lockers. There's nothing worse than having something in one frame and then you get to the next frame and be like, oh, there'd be a nice little spot for a plant here. And then you look back and it's like, but you know, 7-year-olds do not seem to be as harsh about continuity. So I'm just going to go with whatevs. If it works, it works. Okay, so now we have the close up of the four ladies. Let's see what our next frame is. So we have that's frame one, and so the text for that frame is we spent every day together, debate club, science club, uh, magical beast protection society. But one day I started to notice, so that's going to be all four of them in the same exact framing, but with basically like different things in front of them to set them in different settings. And then the last one is her giving the whole thing a side eye. So that should be pretty darn straightforward. I don't need this one anymore. I don't need this until I'm doing more detailing. So keep the space a little straight. And we're going to up here. And we're gonna try one more camera, or one more light angle and see if that helps. I don't know. Just seems like if it's light enough to, ouch, if it's light enough to actually help illuminate the page, it's causes so much shadow it only helps to illuminate half the page anyways. So maybe some more gentle lighting from the front. I don't know. So we're just going to do, okay, so this is going to be them at debate club, them in science club, them for the protection of magical beasts. And we're just going to do super quick. That's where her head's going to fall. That's where her head's going to fall. That's where her head's going to fall. And then we're going to have Velma sort of to the side as always. So, oh, and we're gonna emphasize that with the framing that it's actually going to be lopsided. Instead of having the desk in the center of the frame, it's going to be so that it cuts off on one side so that the three friends are centered and then Velma's always just to the side. Because the more visual reiteration you can do, the better. Show, don't tell, yeah. Not detailing, just doing their heads in. So that is Holly's head, that is Maddie's head, that is Holly's head, and again that is Velma's head just poking in at the side. And for that last frame, again we have circle, 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 and circle-ish kind of, but pushed out of the frame. And then we're gonna have a big Velma here, given the old side eye. So her hair would go bloop. Her little mushroom head. And she's going to be looking a little perturbed in her perfect wing liner. Oh, wait. Again? I'm going to take these lines out just enough that they don't read, because this is supposed to be her remembering at that time period, that her realizing at the time that this wasn't cool, the way she was sort of being devalued. Yeah, let's go with devalued. So I'm going to put her in the messy bun, which is appropriate for the time period. But gotta have the purple streak in there. And it's just going to be her in, yeah, let's just do lockers in the background so it's obvious that it's sort of the same time frame. And she's given the side eye with the frowny face. All right, so that is page number 2 of 3 penciled in that I want to get done today. Moving right along, this last page is actually looks like a montage. Oh, um, the next one is what would be in a movie a montage. It's an entire page. Let's see, do I have. Oh, I have something sort of similar in book 4 where Ziegfeld is thinking about, oh, there's so many vegetables I can grow. And it's. If I can find it in 3 seconds, I will show you. If not, I will go back to drawing. Three, two, one. No, peace out. Anyways, uh, showing both internal dialogue and or um, internal images on the outside is just a nice way to represent what's going on in the story to kids. And so in this one, I figured doing it as sort of like she's having all these snapshot thoughts of, oh, let's see what's here. Your idea is kind of boring. You never know the answer to anything. Stuff like that where it's just cumulative picking that makes her feel really bad about herself. And not to represent it in this like huge or out of bounds way, just representing, oh, she's remembering these are said a lot and it hurts her feelings. And then doing it in a montage so that the ones on the top are distinctive, and then, but you can tell that there's a whole pile of pictures underneath to just further indicate that this happens a lot and she's now realizing it. So I'm going to start just as though I was doing a regular page. I'm going to start with the framing. And have different colors of pictures, and then basically this will be, there's major ones and then minor ones, and then they'll poke through with different pictures, but it's basically just going to be the friends' faces piled up as sort of now her internal dialogue for, some point of reference as to what this might be functioning as. And there's just this layer upon layer upon layer of judgmental statements and questioning her validity within the group and stuff like that. And so we'll just have squares and circles because that's all it's going to be. That one's a harpy, so we'll put a thing on there. And that's Maddie, so it's a square. This one will be a Brandy, so we'll give her the circle with the curly hair. We'll have another Maddie right here, and so forth and so on. So that page is actually really easy to do because of the fact that it's just going to be the same face repeated over and over and over again. So rather than sketching it out, I'll just use my point of reference and draw it freehand, because sketching it in isn't actually going to help that much, because I'm learning to draw a new character, so if I hand sketch them out, they're more likely to look different from each other than if I just use the same picture as a point of reference. So we're just going to call that page done and penciled so that I can get to the ink, so it actually is in any way, shape, or form visible to this camera. Because, yeehaw! Alright, so to be a responsible human being, I am going to immediately put this back into the binder. The page of the storyboarding. Because I've lost pages of storyboards before, and it is almost impossible to recreate. So if it goes back in, not going to lose it. And I'm also going to go ahead and use the tape that I did before to mark, although it will not be going away and coming back 3 years later. This still worked, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm guessing, yeah, that's never coming off at all. So I will just mark it on here that I am to this point. and leave that other here there as a memento. I don't know, something. Sorry if I just hit the microphone. It was with a piece of paper, but I don't know how much gnarly reverb or whatever that might have. So apologies to my headphone friends of the world. Okay, page number 1. What was this one? And we're going to start with standard number 1, inking the outline to give ourselves some frames. That one just makes it harder for me to see, so okay. Oh. Well, I just discovered there is a lump on the board, which I'm hoping is hot glue, because if it's resin, ugh. Yep, that's resin. So, I'm going to go back to coloring on my trusty clipboard, because honestly, a flat surface with the clip in the way is less traumatic than having to deal with the fact that none of my lines are going to be reliable. So we will go back to good old reliable clipboard, which is always here for me and I always appreciate. Shoot, what did I do? Ah! I closed the chat somehow. Did I close my chat? Okay, there we go. Is that it? Sorry, technical figuring out. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Live producing. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, is that still working? That's still working. Okay, good. Okay. this, of course, is the frame that has the thought bubble in it, which is going to have a dark black frame, but not that thick. Do not need that thick. So now we move down one size to the next size down. I was thinking about it last night, and I'm very grateful that I have gotten quick at drawing these characters because it has. I was trying to figure out how many times I've drawn them, and and I'm not claiming that they're great drawings or anything, but they get the point across and they do what I need them to do, so I like them. So, uh, at first there was a lot of just like with the new characters that I'll be drawing today, they will take longer to draw than the main characters, primarily for the fact that they are just sketches at this point, but the way that they'll actually look in practice, it was probably slightly different because those are not black ink marked. They're pencil sketches that have shading and different thing going on, which of course there is going to be shading and everything going on once they're in the computer and everything. But the line art itself very much dictates the overall aesthetic of characters, and since I have not actually ever drawn those characters in ink, it's always an interesting process just to sort of see how they come up. And I guess I could draw them a ton of time beforehand, but again, I don't need to do that. There's no need to do that. There's no reason to do that. I'll probably actually for instead of doing the next panel first that includes nothing but close-ups of the new characters, I'll probably do the third panel first, and that would give me the opportunity to do ones that aren't the major ones. Like I can do some of the background ones first and just sort of play around with the shapes and everything, because then if one of them ends up looking weird, it's like, okay, well, I don't do that again in the main pictures, and then working my way backwards, by the time I get to the first big picture of all of them together. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go with that theory. Draw as you learn. Oh, draw as you design. I don't know, something like that. And then he has the thing around the eyes, which actually I probably should do with this since it's such a tight close-up, and then I'll clean them up with the fine tip. But I mean, basically I could do the entire illustration with the fine pens, but the style that I have is incredibly graphic, like bold black lines, that sort of thing. So it would just take forever. It would cause a lot of wear on the paper, and it would just waste a lot of that ink, which is more expensive than Sharpie ink, all in all. Uh, so, for time and for money, and for the quality of the result, because if you're inking something this much, this black, you have to do it in like multiple stages or something because it gets the page incredibly worn down. Like I was saying earlier, the pencil can do things to the paper. Too much ink affects the paper too, or any ink. I mean, any ink, any moisture, any pressure you add to paper, it's going to change the layout, or it's going to change the function of the paper, which is why like I if you're drawing something where you're having to push really hard, don't do it on top of other papers that you're going to use in the future, because just like in the old timey gumshoe thing, you can like run a pencil over it. It's like, yeah, you can see exactly what's there because you've compressed those fibers in such a way, and there's no way to rectify that once it is done to a piece of paper. It just is what it is. So doing the least amount of damage as you're doing what you're doing And it's also why I leave pictures to, like, I won't erase. I used to erase immediately after I got done, um, but I also would get smears and occasional tears and that sort of thing. And so rather than chancing, that one spot that is just a little bit weaker than everything else, just letting everything dry and cure and harden, because then you go over and the graphite or whatever just comes directly off. Easy peasy. And let's see, the edge of his head would be right here, so don't need to worry about that. It would be blocked off. Just going to cut the edges a bit to save ink again. And because zombies always have weird eyes, because that's a rule. It is what it is. It's just how things work. Zombies have, zombies have weird eyes. That's how you tell it's a zombie. Here we go. That's what it was doing. Okay. Okay, so that is the first panel done. Again, going back in with a finer pen on the last round. But that is all of the shaping and everything, because his nose would be like right here. And the side of his head would be like right here. So it's just eyeballs. I'm not going to do any of Gertie in this. I'm just going to do the background. I think I'm even just going to do him straight inking, because my hand gets steadier as the day goes on to a certain degree, so I should start with the big marks that don't matter as much and work my way into the finer tuned stuff. Okay. Yep, that might actually be all I'm going to do on that, because and again, I'm using a different paper, because I have a whole stack of this heavy duty cardstock that's in this like off-white gray color that I don't think I'll actually ever use for anything. And I have a huge stack of it that I inherited. Well, that makes it sound like somebody died. I was gifted upon somebody moving. And so I'm just trying it today to see how they turn out. And I mean, it basically reads as, basically reads as black and white for the most part, so it works. But I don't know how the bleed is on the different inks that I'm using. So far, the Sharpies do not seem to be bleeding at all, so that is definitely a good sign for that. But I don't want to chance it. I don't want to push it, so I might be a little cautious on this first page to use the thick marker, or this size marker, to do much more than just the very thick bold stuff that I know is going to be thick and bold at very least in the final. And like his hands are in the foreground, so I know those are going to be pretty bold. But I'm going to do his fingernails in the smaller pen. Yeah, that's good for that. And then yeah, the rest of it I'm just gonna do in the smaller pen, because I don't trust the paper yet. So rather than moving on to inking yet, my hands do not feel quite steady. I'm gonna warm up a little more, and I'm gonna ink the frames on the other two pages, just to kill a little more time before I have to go in with detail work and have something that can be can turn out not as great as one would hope. So for this page, because it's butting up to in the spread, the page next to it does not have it's just a single montage, so it's not, I don't know if you can see it at all, that it is there's no black frame around the whole thing, so I'm not doing a frame on this one. So I just have to do the separation on the inside with this thick marker, and then we'll be switching over to the thinner marker to do this page as well. And so this one here is the picture of Velma and her three frenemies, friends, whatever, um, walking down the hall. Here they are in debate club. Here they are in science class. And then the last one is them in the protection of magical beasts. So I think I'm going to have to come up with a logo for each one of them. And you know what? I might not draw it. I might actually. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do at this point. Instead of drawing or attempting to hand letter the medallions, I'm just gonna do medallions with and come up with some sort of like logo icon drawn in the middle, and then all of it is just gonna be done in the computer with text and that sort of thing, which will make it look a lot better. I was thinking of like hand drawing logos and blah blah blah, but if I want to go down that aesthetic, I have like 17 different fonts that look like handwriting, but that's not even the aesthetic I would be going for. I would be, hand drawing it to try to make it look like text. Make it look like typed text or computer text or whatever. Legit writing text. And the next page isn't going to require any of this thick marker, so we're just down to second round stuff at this point. So that is it on that. I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to do this line down here because there's no frame down there, but I'm just going to leave it because it's there now. All right, so next step is going to next size down. And again, for this one, I'm not doing anything. I guess I could do the lockers or something, but because I want to draw the characters first and foremost, and I'm only going to be doing that with the finest pen, I'm not going to touch that frame until I know my hands are steady for the day. And on this one, I think all I really need to do is draw the desk and make it look like it's them sitting at a desk form of some sort. Yeah. And it's supposed to be off frame because the way it's going to be framed out is Maddie is always front and center. Two cronies are right next to her. And then Velma's sort of like at the side. Just to once again reiterate the conflict of the story, or this section of the story, which is Velma had bullies. So yeah, do I want to do... Yeah, I think I want to do thicker black medallions. So I'll just do a circle. There we go. Different shaped medallions or emblems or whatever for each organization. So debate will get... I'll probably put a gavel. What would be for debate? Any thoughts? For debate would be probably a gavel. Yeah, that's all I can think of. Otherwise, it would just be somebody doing this with a pencil, which I could never figure out. But like, that's like one of the skills that every high school debater apparently needed to have. And then for science class, it will be a beaker because beakers are fun and can color them cool. And they're the easiest thing to draw. Like a microscope would be option B, but that has a lot more stuff going on. And it might not read, as a half an inch size. So a beaker will read. A beaker will definitely read. And then this one is going to be rainbows over the indication of some animals. And that is their uh, Society to Protect Magical Beasts or something like that. You know what? Actually, I can do her face. This is a super tight close-up, so I'm going to sketch out her face really quick, and then we'll be done with this page. Because again, the more that can be done with the thicker the marker, the faster everything goes. And honestly, the better everything sort of holds up, because it's definitely more wear and tear on the paper to continuously go over it with this tiny little tip than to go over it with smooshy marker. All right, and she is in her messy bun stage days, so we gotta indicate in where there will be purple colorations, because that is definitely her thing. Okay. Yeah. And then she's supposed to be in front of lockers, so I can go ahead and mark those in. Okay. There is page 2 with the thickest marker and thinner marker with the basic frames laid in and as much detail as I can get at this point with the thickness that we're at. So again, I'm going to go ahead and go through and do the frames on the last one and then work my way backwards through to the second page so that the last picture I draw of the new characters is the best version of who they are. The most successful version of me trying to draw them for the first time ever today. Well, outside of their pencil form, because they've been, again, the characters have all the new characters have been penciled in with, but that has shading and everything into it. Now I'll be taking these, I don't know why I have them upside down, taking these 3 characters, not this guy. What about that guy? Don't worry about that guy. Have 3 individuals who are pencil sketches at this point that will eventually be colored, but that at this point will be reduced down into black line. So I'm working my way backwards from this page, which is a collage basically of all of their faces, that I can work out any issues I might have. So first I'm going to go through and write all the frames, because the idea is that this is supposed to function as both Velma's memory and as her sort of inner dialogue of she's hearing from her friends a lot of criticism, and she realizes it makes her feel uncomfortable. And they'll be saying things like, why do you always do that thing with your hair? Or, you never really get the answers right, do you? Why do you know that sort of stuff, where it's just the picking, which is usually how frenemy type situations happen and what they really are. Where it's like, oh my god, I love that sweater. thoughts to yourself because it doesn't actually help your own insecurities. So, that is the idea with this page. And so, to visually represent both memory and subconscious, I went with the static idea of a montage of faces that are being loosely represented by pictures that are piled up. So not only does it will it indicate that the stuff on top is happening, but that there's lots and lots and lots of stuff underneath that is also there. Um, it also functions as inner dialogue because all of the crazy loops, that we all have of like, why are you like this, or why do you do that, or any of the inner judgment and stuff. I've found if you listen hard enough, you can figure out whose voice it is, and it's never your own. So that is the thought process behind this page. As to whether or not it registers or not, we'll see. We shall see. Because it's going to get drawn either way. Whether it makes uber sense to everybody or not. That's a page of frames. Mission accomplished. Okay. I'm going to start with let's start with this one down here. This is the last one I'm going to do. Like these ones up here, I'm going to start with this one here because even if she's given the stank eye, then, it's down in the corner anyways. So we're going to do a Maddie, which is, oops, let's move her in. That is Maddie. She is a Medusa character. She has got a rectangle head and then snakes, obviously. So we'll do snake hair. And I'm just going to do really tight close-ups so that they fill the frame. There might be like color in the background, but I don't want to do like full images. I just want to do quick pictures of like them saying stuff. So her mouth goes like that, like that. Here we go. Nope, wrong pen. Good way to start. Give me a little asshole. Yep. Just gonna go with no. Still good for writing, but I need the good ink flows. And generally speaking, it's good to start with the eyes, because that is, if everything else is based around the eyes, even if you don't end up in the spot you thought you were going to, they generally will at least end up looking like the character. Generally speaking, for the most part. Haha. There we go. That, I think, helps. Whatever. the tempo. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just about 5 minutes. That is all of the Medusa's heads, or the Maddie's heads, finished on this first page. Next, I'll be going in with Holly the Harpy and Brandy the Banshee and filling up the rest of this page. But it's doing just exactly what I want. I start out with a slightly wonky looking face, and then by the end I end up with something that looks roughly like what I want it to look like. So, good learning page. Again, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 5. Thank you for crafting with me today. And we're back. Probably. Yeah, I think we're back. So, where we are right now, we're working on the fifth book in my in the Happy Undead Friends kids book series, book 5, which is about bullying, and I am working on, the goal is 3 pages a day. So we are at this point have gone through on all of the pages that we're working on today and done the boldest black lines with a thick marker. Actually, here we go. So this is the first page, and we've already gone through it with the thick marker and then the thinner Sharpie, and same on this one. It's gone through and gotten its really thick lines and then its thinner lines, and now I'm going through on each page with the thinnest pen that I use for the whole process, and that is a precise V5. And I'm using a new kind of paper today. Instead of using 3 sheets of printer paper, I have a bunch of light gray cardstock that somebody gave me as they cleaned out their art shed. And I don't really need gray, like really light gray for that much. So I was checking to see if it would work for backgrounds for this, and I'm pleased with the fact that it pretty much reads as black and white. So we are going to go with it. It is currently 3:37 Pacific Standard Time. We are having a lovely time coloring. Well, I keep saying coloring, but it's not coloring, it's drawing or inking, because color comes when the computer time is started. So, oh, forgot to hook all the stuff back together. There we go. Alright, that keeps that out of my way. I'm back from break. And let's go ahead and get back to drawing, because that is what we are here for today. Okay, so first, I'm going to pull out my reference image of, let's see, there we go. My reference picture of these two. We're not mad, don't worry about that guy. This is Brandy the Banshee and Holly the Harpy. And again, on this page, all I'm doing is a montage of their faces. Very long explanation short, it's a montage of their faces. That is one of the pages in the book. So I've gotten all of the Maddie characters in, and so now it's going to be in all of these open boxes either Brandy or Holly. And so let's go ahead, and the reason again that I am doing it this way is this is the first time I've actually drawn any of these characters in ink. I have just worked out their character sketches so that I know generally who they are, what they look like, and I have a standard idea and a reference point if I ever get confused or anything to go back to. I don't do the full 3-dimensional because they're not going to be in enough to really do like a full character study of all the emotions and everything. So just to get used to drawing their faces, I decided to go to actually technically what would be the 3rd page sequentially of the 3 that I'm drawing today. But what I'm able to do is I started with this one, and I don't know if it looks okay to you, but her face is a little weird in that one. And so I just kept drawing in the partials and everything. And so by the time I got to the main 2, her proportions are correct. So I'm sort of using this to teach myself how to draw the faces. So I'll probably do, you know, like 3 or 4 of each of these two on the different pages, just depending on how they sort of work their way out. So I will start with Harpy down here. So my reference close. Yeah, and she has a very angular face. So for her, I'm going to draw a circle and then bring it down to a point. Not even bother with her hair, generally with the idea that these are metaphorical photographs. So I'm just setting them up as photographs. So doesn't necessarily need to be showing everything, can be really close up, far away, anything like that. So I'm just going to do one that's sort of in the midway so I can really focus on exactly how I want her face to look in ink. Because at this point I just have it shaded in pencil. So she has oval eyes, but they are pointed outward at the bottom. And she has a sharp nose that goes down and a sharp mouth that goes down. She does have eyelids that go straight across. And she has 2 eyelashes, no eyebrows, and a hairline that comes very far down of spiky hair to make her look... Actually, the image I keep getting in my head, which has literally nothing to do with her, this project, anything. There was Hawkman from Buck Rogers, and there's like a female counterpart for no reason, but that just is what keeps popping in my head for her. So it's not really a reference point, it's more of like a mental hiccup that every time I get to it I'm like, oh no, that's not her. She has very large eyes. That fall bird-like on her face. And then she just wears a basic tunic with a rounded collar. And we're not going to see the belt or anything because she's too far down. So then we're just going to draw the wings in the back so that they are there. And then the rest will just be background. Alright, I think she might be pretty easy. Yeah, I just said that out loud. Okay, where do I want to start on her? Probably want to start with the hair. No, chin. I think that's like the weirdest part about trying to do characters in such a simple style, especially because I want them to, have personality, and I want them to read as different characters in black and white so that I can like just put out these pages as coloring pages or as a coloring book or whatever, and all the characters will still read as who they are. But it's like, okay, are their eyes a circle or an O? So it's a lot of it is just messing around with different facial features until the nose and the eyes and everything sort of read as some sort of a distinctive facial representation that doesn't... Because I would say in the main 4 characters, they're pretty distinctive. Let me put them all up. Those are the characters. There you go. Now you can see them all. So Ziegfeld, Velma, Franklin, Warren, and Gertie. And those are the main 5 characters that I've drawn probably a couple hundred times each minimum. And they've gotten to the point where they're easy to draw because I know the proportions. I know how they look at different angles for the most part. And plus, I'm also not a uber perfectionist when it comes to these because I mean they're kids' books. I could probably get away with a lot more than I do. So, okay, Miss Harpy, let's get you done. I keep playing around with my angles, and I'm not 100% sure. Like angle wise, camera wise. It's like I think this shows it well enough. I mean, it shows the progress. It probably I cover it up a bit while I'm drawing, but yeah, maybe an angle, but anything like super close just gets in the way, and I keep whacking it with my hands. I don't know. It's a work in progress, but at least I think the microphone is working. Maybe I don't know. I test it, but the only way to test it is like thump on it, which is just awful to do. So I'm just gonna go with it because if nothing else, I can hear music and I'm getting the pages done. So everybody wins if you don't have a stake in the game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Needs a little more definition. Yep, I can dig it. dig it. Okay, that works. So I think I'm gonna fill in 2 or 3 of these like super tiny ones really quick, because those will just have like the absolute lower part of the neck or whatever. So those should be pretty quick. But I feel hiccups coming on. We good? I think we're good. Okay. So I'm going to do one here that looks like it's zooming in. So her chin is there. Yeah, because that'll make it super quick. That's like 5 lines. Part of the magic and mystery of illustration is illusion and simplification, which is really kind of just a weird scenario to be able to. It's a process of looking at stuff and then being like, okay, what's the absolute critical elements to explain what we're looking at, and then trying to put those repeatedly in interesting frames. Because without pictures and without color, things look quite different than they do at the end. Alright, so yeah, that's just her chin repeated there. And then let's come up here. That's going to be a picture of Brandy. So we'll leave these 2 for Brandy, and then we'll do these 2 small little wedges here. Maybe. Oh no, we'll do these 2 touching the square and this one, and then this one will be, oh no, that one's marked out to be Harpy, so that's going to be Brandy. So this one will be Brandy. These 2 will be Harpy. Okay, let's just do that. Don't overthink it. Get it done before the sun goes down. Okay, this one's gonna be so blown out, it's just gonna be her eye. That'll just be her hair. There we go. That is simplification and representation of items that I can get behind. And of course, once I have all of the frames filled up with images, then I will go back through, be sure that the lines and connections and everything within the boxes look good, and then on the outside do one final line that makes everything just really, you know, nice, make everything just a little thicker on the outside and get good angles on everything. So that will finish out the process once we are done with this page, which is not for a while. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm just thinking out loud, because I have nothing better to do while I doodle than think out loud. You pick a topic, I'll discuss. Okay, so her eye is almost entirely black, but with a big light reflection. Harpy's eye. And I just looked directly into the light, so I have sunny spots. Okay, better. See? Sort of. I was drawing and realized I couldn't see right where the tip was. Makes it very difficult to do super precise lines when you can't see what you're doing. Cheers! Okay, let's try this one more time. Alright, and in this one we're just doing Harpy's hair, which comes up to a point. And then just thickening the lines a bit. Alright, that's those two frames. We'll just do some color in the background on that once it is done. Okay, so Holly. Brandy. So do Holly here, and that one will just be color. Just do something so it looks like there's something in the frame. Go. Kind of too small to have anything in it. Okay, so it's going to be Harpy and Harpy. So we'll do a Harpy there and a Harpy there. Yeah, that works. Pencil first. So there. And there, I think I said. That. And those will be Brandy. Okay, that'll work. That works for me. All that light is doing is blinding me. Every time I lean down too far, it's like shooting directly at my face. I'm trying to get it a little less shadowy right there, but that is definitely not the solution. So we're just going to stick with what we have now as a setup, because hoping for the best. All right, that should be all the harpies. I think so. Okay, so now it is time for the Brandy's, who is a banshee. And she has a large mouth, big lips, oval eyes that are straight up and down with heavy lids, a beauty mark, curly black hair, and then a white sheet scenario. And she just kind of hovers. She doesn't have feet, she just hovers. So that is who we have for the rest of the pages. So let's start. And she's going to be filling up all the rest of them. So there's little guys here and there. Although a lot of those you wouldn't be able to tell who's in it. So I might just do like, oh, there's 2 lines here, and then now it's a thing. So let's start here, and we can practice on her chin and mouth. Because I think that's going to be about 90% of what fits here. And more hair. believe I hear a cat.
I see a cat. Hi, baby. What's going on?
Chantrell has come to visit.
Oh, not on that. Come on.
Don't step on the originals. Come on, cat. Work with.
Oh, hi, honey. Do I need to move all of this out of your way?
Well, this complicates things. You lay down. You lay down. Get down. Are you trying to make this difficult? Okay. You lay down. I gonna work. I's gonna work. Hi, honey. Hello. How is she? How is she? Out, no claws. No claws. Thank you. Seriously, dude.
Seriously.
else left. And your mug is right in the way of where it needs to be. Sweet girl. Cool. Thank you. Good girl. we have hit the 5 o'clock mark, and I have finished, well, I will have finished this page. And then I have these two other pages that are inked, the first two stages of inking, but not at the final stage. So I believe what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to finish up this image. So I have the one done for this stream. Then I'm going to take a little break, and then I think I'm going to come back and I'm going to just come back and stream for a while just on Twitch, because the goal is 3 pages today. And the plan is to make it there eventually. So I will just go ahead and finish up this page. I'm going to end this stream. I'll be back in probably an hour or so ish to continue working on the other pages, because the plan is to get 3 pages done per day when I'm in the week, while I'm doing this week. So this was definitely the most complex one of all 3. In fact, the other ones are going to feel like lightning speed compared to this one. It's the hair. It's all the hair. Look at all that hair. Everybody has hair. Why did I give everybody hair? Well, they're supposed to be the mean girls, so they have to have hair. So I think that's just a prerequisite requirement situation of it. So beautiful, fabulous hair that takes forever to draw and to look anywhere near decent. Okay. So yeah, just cleaning out these outer edges. Well on the way to 3 pages. I would say probably about 2 more hours of drawing to go on the 2 other pages. Would be my guess. Right around 2 more hours. So I'll probably start that around 6 or 7. And again, I'm just going to do that on Twitch, not on the other platforms. So if you happen to be catching this on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, you can find my Twitch channel, which is where I stream live the most from. And that is Crafty Kiki Apocalypse, all one word, over on Twitch. And here are some of my other socials. The YouTube, Instagram, and Facebooks, all of which I do some streaming on and lots of posting on. The Instagram is definitely the way to keep up with most of the random stuff that I am working on. And yeah, I will be working on the Happy Undead Friends stuff all week. I did drawing today, so tomorrow's stream will be not drawing. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so it's whatever Wednesday. So I will probably be doing lino cut. I'm guessing I'll do lino cut because that's a fun one to do. It's enjoyable. It's very meditative. Drawing actually takes a lot of focus and a lot of concentration, weirdly enough. And lino cut doesn't. It seems like it would since there's a sharp object involved, but just gonna go with it. So probably lino cut tomorrow, and I will be doing a zombie eye lino cut, and if I finish that one, maybe I'll take suggestions if anybody has any thoughts. I will be doing that, and if I finish up, probably maybe, and if I just finish up the one, again, this is the finished stocking from yesterday that is based off of Velma, and I have a couple more stockings that are pet stockings that are based on no kitty on the originals, no kitty on originals. You can sit on the binder. I don't know, suddenly she wants to sit on the stack of papers. So So, book 5 on the way, doing 3 pages a day. Tomorrow is not going to be pages. It is going to be probably line of cut, maybe some sewing. Then today is Tuesday. And again, I'm going to finish up this stream here on all platforms in just a couple minutes as soon as I finish up this book. But as soon as I finish up this page, but I will be coming back just on Twitch later tonight to finish up the 2 other pages that I got started but need finish inking on, because this page, a lot more detail than I was anticipating, but it's the hair. Again, I'm just going to say it's the hair. I should make all of my characters bald. Bald is easy to draw. As soon as you get into hair, especially like hair that is snakes, it takes a little more time than anticipated, but that's okay because I still have many hours left in the day. But I will be finishing them anyways, so I might as well come back on and throw that up here. I will be just on my Twitch channel, which is Crafty Kiki Apocalypse, all one word. So if you are on Twitch, go ahead and find me there, and I would super appreciate a follow because I am on the road. I am working my way to affiliate because I am enjoying this, and I am enjoying crafting and sharing it and chatting with people about crafting and them sharing their everything. So very much enjoying this. Want to continue on the path. So anybody who can share a, let's see, on, which one is it? There we go. That's the way you can support my random art endeavors and film endeavors and everything. On Dire Films, you can sub the page or sub the channel, and that is free for you. On Facebook, got a couple different Facebook pages. If you have the inclination, you can go and like. And here on Twitch, like I said, I am going to attempt to go for associate or affiliate, one of those, whichever. So if you want to give me a little bit of help in that, that would be awesome, and I would appreciate it. And I believe that is our completed page. So let me get everything else off the screen so we can get a good look at what we have going on here. Again, this is the 3rd page, but I finished it first. And that is a collection of all the new characters' faces as an internal monologue representation. So it's a long story. It's explained about 3 hours ago, so you can go check it out there. That is done for the day. Again, I have 2 more pages that I'm going to come back on stream just on Twitch and do in a couple hours. But for now, I need a break. I've been drawing for 5 hours. Ish, maybe 4.5, and my brain is starting to go fuzzy, as are my eyes. So I will leave this for just a moment, and since we have a couple people hanging out right now, thank you so much. I am going to go and figure out if there is anybody around who just have to be shared, because there are some really amazing creators on here that would be awesome to check out. Let's see. Oh, Hero is on. Hero is actually one of my first followers. He doesn't do art, but it doesn't look like there is much art or drawing or anything going on right now. So I am going to go ahead and set up the raid. Hero is great. He is working on a VTuber that is a cat that is super cute. So go and check out how that is going. I specifically had to look up what a VTuber was because of his channel. So I will go ahead and set up that raid and do my final credits here. Again, I will be back here on Twitch in just a couple hours to finish up the other 2 pages, because once I set a goal, ... we'll see how it goes, right? We'll just see how it goes. So, okay. Have a lovely evening. Maybe see you back here in a couple hours, and I hope you have a fun night. All right, I've set up the raid over on Twitch. So I'm just going to run some final credits and end the stream here really quickly because it is time for a snack. All right, have a good night. I'll see you in a little bit.